so today, okay, some things are popping up. What the fuck is going on? I am going to be playing Magic. I might be kind of pumping up my deck that I built a little bit with the cards that I have, not purchasing any more cards because I'm not really beholden to the color selection I have or the cards that I'm playing or anything right now. So just going to kind of see what happens and we'll just play whatever and do whatever. So I know that's really specific and helpful. So welcome to my channel where nothing is specific or helpful. I've got one of my favorite coffee cups. And it says live, love, live, laugh, toaster bath. It's quite cute. And we're just gonna play some Magic. I'm gonna go ahead and put my gamer tag in to the chat if you want to go ahead and add me. On Arena, but let's just go and do the thing. So I haven't done any Spark Ranked. I finished the starter deck duel with I think it was a green-black deck. I finished this. So let's just look at my decks right now. So I have these. So I guess it was red black. So I guess you get the starter deck when you do the duels. So I have this deck right here. And I'm going to go ahead and go into this deck I called Kinda Sucks, because it kind of sucks, and just play around with it and see what I've got. Now I already have more cards than I need. I have 70 cards in here that I just kind of threw in there, and then I'm going to scale back. But I just want to see now if I look at Offer Immortality, I think I only have one of them. Yeah, I only have one, and I put that in my deck. I could bump that out. I feel like with it getting, these both give indestructible, but this gives death touch as well. This pumps it up, makes it a little stronger. I feel like if I had one more of Malakir, I would put that in. So let's do that. Bump that out. And some mana. And some mana. Got some murder to answer for some larger creatures coming in. I put 3 in there. I feel like I have to have some answers for these larger decks that come in. So this can take out a creature with flying, and then it also has a food token to gain life. Um, I don't really love the green that I have in here. If I'm being honest. I don't think that I have a lot of great green cards. So let's see what I have in the way of white. This could be fun if I wanted to pull white into it. Low cost, instant. I'm tempted to pull green from it and do like a black white, but I do black white all the time. It's something that I'm really comfortable with. And the whole reason I built this deck was to like move a little bit outside of my comfort zone. I think I just need to let me focus on kind of what green I have. I kind of like this card. I think that like this card's nice because it does pump up, but it does take a little while to get there, and you need to have the mana available, which in this deck I haven't really. So sometimes I'm like just I forget how exactly to take them out. Oops. I thought it was just clicking on this, but I guess not. There it is. Okay. Okay, I only have one of these guys, so that's not ideal. This is fun, but it does cost extra, so it's not just this one up here in the right-hand corner. It's all of these kickers down here. I'm gonna take. Sorry, this makes me cough a lot. Yet I keep on doing it. Okay, so I'm tempted to take. Now I have some removal already, so I'm gonna take that out. I like this, but only having one kind of sucks. Okay, I don't have that. Mm-hmm. I feel like having one card of anything isn't very advantageous for for anything generally. So this gives me mill power. I don't really have anything that's doing a lot of milling otherwise, so I don't have a lot of land in my graveyard. Not the best card that I could put there for sure, and there's only one of them. Okay, so I don't know how many other slimes or oozes. So this plays off of Tree Folk, and this is some Tree Folk card right here. This is nice. I like those two, but only having one of each doesn't really do a lot of good, so we'll just take those out. I'm a really slow deck builder, by the way, in case you were not aware. Now, this works together with cards of the same name. It's good to have. I'm going to take that out. This guy, I like spiders having reach, because as for flying protection, we just have these two spiders, that one that dies and becomes a flyer right there, so two of those. Do I have one more? I do. Okay. Back to 69 cards. Okay, let me chill out, because I still have other removal. Big guy, big guy. I've got two of each of those. Now this, because I'm playing a dual color deck, it's not as strong. So we'll just take that out. Land is okay. I don't usually get up to a lot of these big guys. The game doesn't go on long enough, so having a lot of my cards be in these lower. Oh, look, it has my mana ramp right there. It says click to see more details. What do you want? Okay, so not a lot of sorceries, a couple instances, and then interesting. This is cool. I haven't really looked into this that much. I think I need to back off my ones. Chill out with that a little bit. Tempted to take out the rats, even though they have Death Touch, which is a really nice feature and will remove some. The skeletons bounce back, which is nice. And then ultimately we'll put my ramp up here a little bit. So the rats just die. Now these are better than these. Okay, 4 left. Okay, so now I can look for text. Let's see. I did this before. So now I can look for things that have tokens, because I think having some tokens out there would be nice, and I could get rid of some of these other cards. Now my problem that I'm running into is I just have one of each of these, so the likelihood of me pulling it is low. Oh wait, let me put it in black too. Okay. Okay, so we already have him in here. Fake Your Own Death is a good card to add. I think I'd rather have that than Unlikely Aid. Okay, let's see how. Take that out just because. Hey Lori, welcome in. Appreciate it. Trying to build this deck and then I'm gonna playtest it, see if it sucks. Could drop these, but I don't really want to. So really, like, the gist of this deck thus far is just like removal and like keeping up enough of a card. I don't really have anything that's doing a ton of damage until I get to like this part of my deck. Otherwise, I'm just like pinging him for low amounts here. So I need to be able to do some damage. Mhm. And then I have some multicolored cards here. It's not my favorite. Okay, so I'm gonna put this one in instead. Still at 63. Bounce that murder to 2. Bounce that down 1. Bounce that down. Okay. I don't know what apply styles means. Okay. So now, so I can go in the spark ranked here with my made, with the deck that I made. So let's just go and test this deck out. Wait, what? I haven't tried any of these yet. Oh, I don't want to read this. It's boring. I should have looked at this before I went on the internet. So this is a bot match. There we go. This is what I want. This is not great. Whoa, it's gonna leave a mark. Okay, so I don't have enough to purchase that baby right now. I would say that worked pretty well. Cool. I love it when a plan comes together. And I think that the changes that I made definitely kind of brought some cohesion to the deck because before it was just kind of operating a bunch of different frequencies, so kind of tightened it up. Played a few more times. Um, I forgot how I did it. Yeah, how did I do that? Oh, this is how. Okay, this is a pretty decent start. Okay, so now we're just getting a bunch of spells, which isn't particularly where I want to be, especially with a deck that's probably a lot of creatures, but um, now I know that these can double up a lot, so okay, now we're swimming in mana. Oh wait, shit, I should have done this. That's my bad, but that's okay. Shit, I don't have enough untapped. Oopsies. That was a slip up on my part. Mm. See, I don't have enough to do anything, so Okay, I can bring this back to my hand, but I'm not going to use it just yet. That one hurts. That one hurts a lot. Hmm. Because this puts a goblin in his graveyard, which will build off of that, so. Yeah, this is going to be rough, because even if I block, this enchantment's going to fuck me over. Mm. Okay, so the land seems more than fine. I would say bordering on a little bit too much, but um, it is what it is. Uh, let's see. Okay, and then I'm gonna swing all out. Okay. So some choices I could have made could have been better, but I don't think it was my worst game for sure. So if you play Magic the Gathering Arena and you want to play with me, I've pinned my gamer tag, even if it's just for some easy wins, testing out your decks, see how they play. I'm cool. I'm not very good at Magic, as you can probably see, but that's okay. Uh, I'm cool with that. It's just kind of the nature of existing with my scattered brain. So I only have this red black deck to play with for the Spark Ranked. Um, I don't know why these are invalid. Maybe just the set that the card came in. Yeah, non format cards. So maybe they're just not considered standard. No, I can play the starter deck duel because I think that's how I got the red black deck. So I could play that with some of the other pre-constructed decks, and I think that's how it works. Mm, gonna mulligan. This one's pretty high cost, so I'm gonna put it back. hanging away. Okay. Is that a wall? This is a good card. This is a good card to put in before this one. Let's see. Yeah, they definitely didn't want that card there. Understandable. Understandable. It's just have a really shitty hand, or flying. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. You draw a card and gain 2 life. Sarah Angel, wonderful card. Stacks on my other angels if they let it through. They're letting that through by destroying another card. Okay, so these both have flying. This is vigilance. This pumps up my other angels. Wait, no. It stacks on this one. So this is an angel. When this creature enters, you gain 1 life and draw a card. This I get to scribe 1. What if I just swung like this? No, this would die. But so would theirs. Let's go for it. Gopher, as we say in the business. Okay, so they could bring that back. So many angels. Okie dokie. So take out my big guy. Could always be risky. Now this is the ability to kill both of these, and we don't have anything out here, so not gonna do that. So this is wall with flying, prevent all damage that would be dealt to and by this creature. So what decks are everyone playing right now? If you play Magic, if you don't play Magic, is it fun for you to watch? Do you want to start playing? Magic the Gathering Arena is a good place to start. I think the tutorial is pretty good, depending on the level that you're in. Great way to get into at zero cost, because Magic is not always the most inexpensive, almost a sport. Been watching too much Olympics. Um, um, So this is a Death Touch flying. Whenever it enters or attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Threshold is gets one as long as there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, which I'm sure that there are for them. Um, so top decking against a blue deck is always scary because they know the spells and they are ready to drop kick you in the face. So I'm keeping one in the hand so they think that I have more of something going on when really it's just land. But I have plenty of land now, so. Okay, so they can hit me for 6 and stop pretty much everything I have going on here. Damn it. That sucks. That's the thing about just like waiting for them to do something. Kind of got to get them before they get a good hand underneath them. Okay, well, this should be challenging. Because I'm not. The only removal I've had is this. Oh, fuck. Okay, well. I forgot how to type to people. Seriously? Yeah, this is nothing. How do I do that? How do I type to people? I've done it before. There's 4. 5 right there, 5 right there, 9 right there. Yep. And they're at 43 life, so it's just like there's no freaking way. Ouch, 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 ouch. Baloney. Absolute baloney. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. Pretty low on life, but I can get a wall up pretty fast, so I'm gonna go for it. So otherwise, it's not too bad. Looks like they might be. No, that's blue black. So they might be playing the same colors as me. Not quite. So what you see going on over there is how they layer spells in the stack and how things are resolved. So you put things on the stack, put actions on the stack, and then they resolve top down. So they kind of go in reverse of how you played them. Oh, fuck this bird, man. Okay. I was thinking that it was the one with Death Touch, but it's not. So that's good. Hey, Chris, welcome in. Just playing around in Magic, doing the cool kid stuff, I guess. I thought that the insect, like pest control stuff, would be a big process today, and was expecting to have to take Scotty out of the apartment. Didn't have to do any of that. Ended up having to pay for nothing. um, and then, uh, and then it was like literally 2 seconds of them putting like a gel in my apartment. And I was like, all that for this? Seriously? So they've got a lot of cards in hand. They have, it's hard to tell how many they have untapped, but I have another one of these, so let's just go ahead. How are you doing, Chris? And they're all about these damn birds. Whatever. Mm. Aren't they gonna swing? Or are they not gonna swing? How did they go? Wasn't that a +1/+1? I'm not really sure what happened there. Okay. You sent me a request? Cool. I just accepted the request. Cool. Okay, so for I'm still not sure because it's not saying that it has a +1/+1, but then it's acting like it has a +1/+1. It's confusing me, but okie dokie. These both have flying. This one doesn't. Okay, thank goodness. This deck, the decks that I'm playing, they're not well suited against lifelink decks. Like even I just like the white blue deck I'm playing right now has no lifelink in it. Hey Daniel, welcome in. I'm playing Magic the Gathering Arena. If you play Magic, want to start playing Magic, anything like that, it's a great place to start or hang out, I guess. But that's what I'm doing right now. I can't play anything, so I'm not really sure what it's wanting me to do. I've got lots of removal, lots of answers for spells and shit. I have nothing. I forgot that's in there. That's not bad. Does it have Death Touch? And it does have Death Touch. I thought it did, and then I couldn't read it for some reason. My brain just blocked that whole thing out. Oh wait, it's because of Threshold. But then it's not showing me the counters like it usually does. That's what it is. Okay, Chris, yeah, no worry. These fucking birds, man. What the hell is this? +2, +1, as long as there are 7 or more cards in the graveyard, which there are. They've been milling like crazy. And it has flying, which is gonna suck, taking that to the face. Fog Bank has been really holding me down. Maybe this is. Got my Chow in hand. Been working on a deck. It's a hot mess because I want all the things. Yeah, it's easy to do that. Have you played Magic before, Chris? But what I like to do is I build a deck and then I'll play it against the bots a couple times, see how it runs with the mana you have, and everything. So this is a bit of a risky move, but I'm a big like risky to get the bisky type of person. What is it doing? Is it just? Was it just this attacking? Oh, I thought there was more. Never mind. I don't have to risk what I thought I had to risk, so who gives a shit? So now we have these Death Touch creatures up here, and they're kind of holding them close to the chest because I can kill one of them at least. So oh fuck! I keep on playing against these players who are doing these types of things where they pull everything from the graveyard, and it's like I can't win against that. It's just not even possible. So I'm just gonna get hammered right now. Oh, look at all these things going on the right. But then they quit, so I won, which doesn't make like why did they quit? Just like take the win, but no, I won that even though I shouldn't have. Like that should have actually. You know what might have happened? They might have milled too much, and they might have milled out their deck. I think that actually was what happened because you look at where my mouse is, there's no cards right there. There's no face down cards right there. So I think that they actually milled out, which is the only other way to lose at Magic. Either your life goes down to 0 or below, or you mill out. And so they were milling a lot of cards, which gives you a lot of deck control, but you have the potential to mill out and not have a card to draw at your turn. Oh yeah, I don't know why it did that. Let me. Because I tried to do where both screens were equal sizes, and I don't think it stuck for whatever reason. Also, it's very hard to see the cards and the card names uh, at on your phone. You have to like click them and read them a little bit better. This is as I mean, I could make like that's I could do it that if I still want to have my face in it, or I could have it like super duper small, where it's like I guess that's not bad, but you would miss this whole side of the picture, right? So I don't really know what's best. Whatever I'm doing is probably never the best, but yeah. Now that I think of it, I think they must have milled out because that's the only explanation for that. So hopefully that's a little bit better. But yeah, it's still no matter how you're viewing it, it's going to be unless you're viewing it on like a laptop or something fairly sizable, it's probably going to be hard to see. But hopefully that's a little bit better. I'm looking on my phone to see because I have the stream up. Also, if you have the chat going, yeah, because if you have the chat on the side and you have the screen, yeah, you're not going to be able to see anything with the chat. Let me try another view. But yeah, because the chat takes up like a quarter or third of the screen, it's not possible to make it visible to someone who's just viewing it. So it's more just like me talking through the cards and what I have. But this is like me being totally invisible, I guess. But you know, who really needs to see me? Let's be honest. Yeah, but I know like the chat's a big part of it and like talking through it. So Chris, if you want to play a match, we can do that. If you want to talk deck construction, we can do that because I'm actually pretty good at deck construction. I might not know all of the specific cards. Actually, I know for sure that I don't know the specific cards, especially in the newer sets, but I do know like general like vibes, like when you're building a deck, how to make it kind of flow like you want. And we can play test some things. So let me know what you want because I'm pretty cool with like doing whatever. I didn't realize how big the chat was because like I have it going here, and I was like, "Holy shit, the chat is it's like almost half the screen." But when I was playing like solely on my phone, I like every card I was like making as big as possible. You can also change. I saw like a thing where it was like you can change the settings on the cards to it was like change the card text to be larger, but I forgot exactly where. Fixed rules. Full text boxes use the maximum font size for legibility. More cards will require scrolling. Okay, so I'll change the text size to be larger. So that hopefully makes it a little bit easier. So thanks for that feedback. Because like you know. But yeah, Chris, if you want to play, if you want to talk about the deck you're making, and you want suggestions, if you want to play test it against a deck that I've made, anything like that, I'm totally cool. I spent the first part of this live working on my deck, so I refined my deck a little bit. This deck kind of sucks. That's the name of it. I kind of fixed it up a little bit to be a little bit cleaner in how it ran. I still might change the amount of land I have in it, because the land that they suggest when you start picking your colors is purely run on suggestion. So, it's kind of like best practices. But some decks, you'll want more or less of one color or another color, just kind of depending on how you like your deck to run. So I feel like I've got it at a decent spot against the bots, at least. I don't really like if they have a card. I don't have any cards that stop spells right now. That target non-creature spells, and I think that that's something I need because, and I don't even know if I have something like that in. So this is the colors I'm running are black and green, and then this is colorless right here. There's a so let's see. So what I want is a instant that does, so I guess like the type would be instant. And how would I want to word this? Because like I feel like it would need to have the word target in it. So but like the word target is in a lot of cards. So this is target creature. So one thing about this card, Hero's Downfall, so when you play Magic, you are a Planeswalker. This is target creature or Planeswalker. Or it says destroy target creature or Planeswalker. There are also cards that are, their type is a Planeswalker. And you can destroy those with this card. You can't just use this card to kill the other player. Just in case that's... Okay, so I think I want to do, instead of target, I think I want to put counter. And so like, these are just counters. Yeah, see, I don't have anything that's... Okay, so the only card that I have that could destroy a spell, like the ones that have been taking me out or almost taking me out in the past 2 games I've played, um, is this card, which is a little bit nutty looking to me. But this is the only card I have that could do that. I have one of them, so it's kind of risky to have a card like this that you just are holding on to your whole game, because if they start making you get rid of cards from your hand or anything like that, this becomes a little bit of a liability. Don't know if I can be in app and Discord on the same time on my iPad is done. Yeah, it's hard to like have all of these like tabs open, and I really don't understand. I wish I could tell you whether or not you could, because I don't. I don't know. I don't know really anything about iPads. If I'm being honest. So yeah, something that would destroy a target spell or counter something. Um, I don't really have anything like that, so this would be a good time for me to use um, these points in my vault to get specific cards. Um, the, but but yeah, I don't know anything off the top of my head that would be good for those. So I'd probably need to look around a little bit. I love this little picture of a cat. This artwork, magic artwork, is just so supreme. It's so good. It's so good. So, Chris, did you know if you wanted to play or deck build or play test any of those options sound good, or should I just continue playing? I don't. I probably have like 2 more games in me before I take a break. I'll probably be back on later tonight, but now um, in these sparked ranked games, some of the um, decks I don't have access to because there's some non-format cards in there. I don't want to like get rid of what I have and then like not be able to get back. Because I don't have like a lot of cards from each set. Maybe I need to build up my cards before I. Yes, all the things, but whenever. Okay, so I guess one of the things that you had said that you wanted kind of all of the things in your deck, and that you know that was something that you were facing. If you want to talk about like the colors of your deck and the point of your deck, kind of how it works, how you want it to work. Um, we won't have the same exact cards, but I can talk about different types of cards that you're going to want to keep in mind. And I can also talk about how I built my deck. So the one that I built, so this is what I lovingly call Kinda Sucks. And so I'm running a black-green deck. And if I look at the types of, there's a couple things that you want to keep in mind when you're making a deck. But first and foremost, kind of big picture, is how your deck's mana curve is and how much land you're running. So if you look at the of your deck creation setup, it's got these bars up here. And so if you click on that, or something, click to see more details, and then you click and nothing happens, which is really cool. It worked earlier. Also, so you have so with standard, when you're running a standard deck, which is just the format, standard, modern, a lot of the those games will have a 60 card minimum, and usually you want to have as few cards as possible in your deck, which helps it run more consistently. So you can have more than 60 cards in your deck, including land, but the more you have, the more variability you have from game to game. You can run up to 4 of the same card at once, and with everything except for basic lands. So your swamp, your forest, your plains, whatever the red one is, mountains, and forests. So those ones you can have, or wait, no, islands. Because you're in Discord voice. Okay. Come in. Let me skedaddle over there. Oh. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so it's just like jibber jabbering away on YouTube. So yeah, it's especially because it takes up a lot of bandwidth. So yeah, sometimes it just fucks out. Let me see. Okay, I'm in the room. I know for me, I have to like alt tab over to it sometimes, or like share a window. But I know computers are different than iPads. I wish I could help you with the iPad. I have no idea. No idea what's going on there. Oh, so one thing, and um, I don't know if this is um, true for all. It's probably not stopping you. But I know when I have to stream like movies and stuff, there's a setting in my browser that I have to change um, to make it work. But I don't know if that would be the same for another app, because I think that it's considered an app on an iPad. Nobody tells me nothing. I don't know shit. get it figured out or still having problems? Also, I don't know what your share screen button looks like, but when I first press share screen, it gives me the option to open up another tab that I have in my browser, and then at the top it's like tab, and then there's another section for window. Yours might say window or app or something like that, and you might be able to click onto that and then be able to see Arena. Actually, maybe that's in Restream that I'm talking about. I don't know. I share too much shit. I can't hear you right now on Discord. I could earlier. I mute on Discord because if I talk on YouTube and Discord and you're listening to both, there's like an echo. But if you're not listening to YouTube, like if you shut down YouTube, I can hear you now. If you shut down YouTube, then I can hear you. So yeah, just like some of the basics of like building a deck. Well, Chris and I are figuring that out. So looking over here, you have what's called your mana curve. And so each column represents the amount of mana you need to get that out, that particular card out on the battlefield. So, okay. Okay. Yeah. Usually, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes if people are like, yeah. Okay. 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 That's fair. Yeah. 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 In my experience with like iPads and stuff, it does really like one application at a time. But yeah, usually when I have Discord on and I'm on YouTube, I mute Discord because if someone has their YouTube playing, I can hear my voice back. I can get like an echo loop, and it drives me up the fucking wall. So like, but I'm not getting that now. Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, honestly, some days are better than others, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Typical Apple update. Yeah. So like when I click uh, share screen in Discord, a window pops up, but I'm using Chrome, so it says Chrome tab up at the top, and then if I go to the right, there's a selection for window, and if I select window, then I can click Magic the Gathering Arena because it's not. Uh, okay, that's cool. So yeah, and even if we can't figure out how to show it this time, it's totally fine. I know it's a little bit harder to talk about Magic when you aren't, as familiar with the game, but we can talk about kind of what you want your deck to do. We can kind of get some cards that'll help you kind of move in that direction. Also, you have very few cards to start out with. Those few starter packs that you get, there's a few card packs that you get. You're pretty limited in what you can select from. So your deck's not going to be as cohesive as if you had an unlimited ability to pick any card you want. So which is fine. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I really like the search function in the cards. I don't know if you've used it yet, but I really, really like it. Um, mhm. Yeah, yeah. Mhm, mhm. Awesome. So one one thing that might be advantageous to you is to look into the commander format. So the Commander format is there's different types of games that you can play with Magic. So what most people play is a 60 card standard modern. It's like something like that where you kind of want to get you have a minimum card amount of 60, and you actually want to have that reach that minimum card amount, including your lands, because that's going to give you the most cohesion throughout your game, and it's going to like game to game, it's going to be the most consistent. But Commander is a larger set, and you actually have this legendary creature that kind of pulls all the cards together and makes everything make sense. So you can have multiple mechanics going on, and you can have some of the more of the variability that can make Magic really exciting. But when you get to those 60 card decks, you really want you can have like a couple mechanics to like lean back on, but you want everything to kind of move smoothly so that like you're not like building up this, like you said, like a blink deck, and then all of a sudden it just bottom falls out. And you have nothing to build on. Hmm. 191. Dude, you need to be playing Commander like yesterday. I promise you, I really think that's kind of your vibe. So what colors are you playing? Are you playing like blue black, white blue black, white black, or it's off? Yeah, that was my because they did a whole um set around like guilds for their two color guilds, and that was my guild, the Orzhov guild, because they had this really cool mechanic called extort, where um, you would gain a life and the other person would lose a life. So you'd just be pinging them down back and forth and just like, really hurting people's butts. Um, but yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, getting four of anything, especially when you're running 191 cards, is going to be a freaking like miracle if it happens in the entire time that you play that deck. Well, I'm saying getting them out on the battlefield at the same time, that that's yeah, getting that to happen. Yeah, you can put up to four of those cards in your deck, but getting them to play, totally different story. So I think that you could, if you want to run a standard format where you're running a 60 card deck, I would say pick maybe two of those mechanics that work really well together, and focus on that. Um, and if you want to do a let me I don't have that card anymore. Hey Winter. um Chris and I are in Discord talking Magic. I think I know a legendary creature. So it has to be a legendary creature. It has to have that in the card type. Um, and I believe, because I'm a big fan of Soren Markov, who's a planeswalker, but I believe that there's this card called Edgar and Soren Markov that. So your legendary creature, whatever legendary creature you have, has to have the colors that you're playing in your deck. So that's one thing about it. Um, and okay, so let's see. So Edgar Markov is white, black, red. So you could run red concurrent with the white, black that you have going on. And yeah, it's kind of like you have to kind of think about like the things that you're worried about in a Magic game, which is doing damage to the other person, like killing the planeswalker, which is either doing damage to them or milling their cards out, right? Um, you have to think about are you going to play creatures? If you're not going to focus on creatures, you need to defend yourself if someone is running creatures against you. You need to have answers for the things that the other person's playing. So if they pop out a big creature, how are you going to do that? If they pop out a spell that makes you discard your whole hand or something like that, and you had all these plans, what are you going to do? So having answers and stuff like that is important. And then some people like to roll in life gain to that. I'd say if you have just a little bit of it, but you don't have a decent amount, just toss it. Like it's not going to do, you know, that's one of the ones that can go either way. I know uh, when I started playing Magic, I put life gain in some of my decks, and I was playing with people who were like, the point isn't for you to gain life; it's for you to take life from the other player. But I was still winning some games because I could sustain more damage because I was gaining life, you know? So some people like life gain, some people don't, some people are right there in the middle. Um, exactly. I personally have never been a fan of milling because like I like literally just won a game because like that person literally had me and they milled out that turn. Oh my gosh, that's nasty. You said dick. Um, mhm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so it can get nuts, and you have to try to think about what other types of decks are there out there, and once you get into playing better Magic players, I'm just gonna let's just call them better Magic players because that's what they are. You'll start to see decks kind of repeat, like at least a lot of the same cards because competition decks people put them together, and then the ones that are winning, everyone starts playing. So you kind of start to know what you're going to be against pretty frequently, and you can um, yeah, and that's what's happening is people who win tournaments, their deck is posted, and then those are the people who um, that'll be what people are. Those are the deck lists that you read. Winter said something in the chat. They said some decks are built on life gain though, and they get like exponential amounts. You're absolutely right, Winter. I've seen it. It's crazy. My favorite I had was red black. They said yeah, red black can be gnarly, and then let's see, it was burn. Yeah, a red black burn. It's, I don't know what the course. Yeah, hmm, yeah. I think that for me, it sounds like you like a lot of control and from the graveyard. And for me, when I think about that, I think about blue and black. I think a lot less about white. So I'm curious about the white cards that you're playing and if they're actually necessary, if you could find them in other colors. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. And mhm. Yeah. I would say like with the pre-made decks that are in the like the pre-constructed, what is it called, the starter deck duel. um yeah, and you, sorry, it's talking to me at the same time. Shut up, Magic. um but yeah, once you if you beat someone with that starter deck, you get the deck, all the cards in the deck, and then you can kind of fiddle with it. And that's what the once you go into like the Spark ranked, you get that deck, and you can go in and change the cards as long as they're standard. So So one thing about Magic is that um, if you were playing Standard, which is the format, I don't want to say it's the most played format because I think that there's some competition around that, but it's the format that most people are most familiar with. And what happens is that a block will come out with three sets in it, and those cards will be what is considered standard. So you're playing with all current cards. And then once they move to the next block, the previous block is no longer considered standard. So you have to get new cards. And so that's how Magic can be kind of an expensive hobby to have because the cards, yeah, so the cards that you have are no longer considered standard. So you can't play in standard tournaments, which are the most common tournaments next to Commander. Commander is a really popular one. You don't have to stay within standard limits. There are some banned cards, but that's different. And then the type of Magic I like to play is called Modern, which incidentally is not modern cards. It's not the current set. It's any set that came before without those banned cards. So that's why I like to play it because it's cheap. Because there's also like card values change. So in most cards are going to be the most expensive that they'll ever be as a single card um, during a standard set, and then once they become non-standard, then they lose their value. However, some cards gain value as they become popular in things like Commander and Modern, and then they go up in price. So, like, there's this whole stock market esque type of tracking of card prices when it comes to Magic. Now, when you don't have physical cards, that changes too. So I haven't really seen. I haven't bought any cards yet. I haven't redeemed any of my um, uh, things in my vault yet because I want to wait till I really know what I want to build to have that. Let's see. I've been I yeah, I've been playing Magic on the cheap for a very long time, so I kind of had that experience. Um, and also, like when I started playing Magic, I worked at a game store, and so like they would do Friday Night Magic, and pretty much all of the commons and uncommons people would just like leave behind that they didn't want, and so all my cards, like the base of like all the cards I had were free, completely free, and I just had to pay for like 25 cent, 50 cent cards, $1.25 cards to just like fill in my deck to make it nice, rather than having to pay everything from scratch. Which I wish I wish that's how it was now because I was like, yeah, yeah, you can, yeah, yeah, you have all those cards. Yeah, you know, I would at least have a feel for like what you feel works really well in similar colors, and then you can play. You can start building on the mechanics of a pre-constructed deck, and build it like you like. Because I'm a big believer in building your own decks. I hate pre-constructed decks almost entirely, which is another thing that makes Magic expensive for me. Because you can go buy a pre-constructed deck, whether it's Commander um, or standard. Like you can go buy a pre-constructed deck, a physical deck, and it's not that much money. Um, but you can get it from Target or Game Store or like whatever. Um, but I don't like those because it doesn't fit my play style. And I think when you build something by with your own two hands, I think that you really can build it to play like you play, and that's where it's most effective. Exactly. Oh yeah, blue can get totally totally bananas. Yeah, when a good blue deck plays against you, you are like crippled in what you can do, like totally in what you can do. You can't. You're just like every move you have, they have an answer for, and like eventually you're just like, well, I guess good game because I just got spanked multiple times, and that was not cool. Hmm. Yeah. So one thing I was talking about a couple of things. I'm pretty sure, given what you told me about what you can hear on YouTube and what you can hear on Discord, I'm talking on Discord that maybe you didn't hear. And when I was talking about constructing a deck in Arena, but there are a couple things that Arena does that's really cool to help you kind of see um, how a deck is working for you and how you can kind of refine things and pull them together. Um, and I can talk about those a little bit if you want. Like, they might help if you are trying to move down to a 60 card deck to see what would be a little bit more helpful and how you can use Arena to build it. Does that sound helpful, or you don't really care about that? You don't care. Hmm. Hmm. I bet the best thing for that would actually, I mean, it's not on Arena, but I bet the best thing for that would probably be Twitch. I don't usually stream on Twitch alone. I go through Restream to stream on Twitch. But then you could see both people's cards. And it's generally, you're not showing your whole hand and like, hey, what should I do to everyone you're playing with. So I can see why it's not like a common as because it's not something that looks like it exists. Um, but let me see. So Mhm. Mhm. So what I'm looking at, so when I click the challenge, the direct challenge uh, button, you can change the type of challenge that you do, and you change the deck type. So it could be a 60 card, it could be a friendly brawl, as they like to say, which apparently none of my decks are equipped for that. 40 card, 60 card rebalance, whatever the fuck that means. All these different types of things, right? It You can do best of one or whatever, and it doesn't look like it has timers on because all the other options say timers on. So there might be. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like that's why really tightening up to 60 cards is so much easier because you do have control over being able to play that card during that match. I mean, 1 out of 60 is a lot better than 1 out of 91, or 191, right? Yeah. Yeah, and that's what like adjusting because like it will automatically suggest how much land you put in there. But if you're running into a lot of turns where you have a where you're mana swamped, like you can be like, you know what, I need to bounce this down two or three or more, like to make sure that, and that can give you more opportunity to play cards that to put out spells. Oh yeah, that could still happen. I'm not saying it won't happen, but it can happen less. And then you mentioned something in the sideboard, and there is something. So what happens? And I think this is great for people who are kind of, like sometimes you want your deck to push a little bit harder on this mechanic versus this mechanic. So there is like in competitions, I believe it's a 5 card sideboard where you have your deck and then you have, it's like 3 to 5 cards, I don't know, but you can switch out those cards so they're still considered part of your deck, but you keep them in the sideboard so that you kind of know, like, if you find out you're playing like a red green deck, like you're like, oh, I probably want to have more answers for like big creatures and stuff like that, or like if you know you're playing white and you want to make sure you have more flyers, I don't know, like whatever. um so uh so yeah, so there is something where you get down to 60, but you know what's in your sideboard. I guess here it would just be like moving a couple cards in and out of that deck because you don't really have they don't have a special place for a sideboard here, but they're not you don't you choose before you play with that deck in a tournament so that. Yeah, you want me to challenge you? I mean, it sounds like you're playing a pretty gnarly deck. So if you get some of those mechanics off, um, then I'm gonna try to go through the chat thing and see if it'll let me do it instead of like this. All right, there it is. Yeah, we both did. Challenge cancel. So you do have to select your deck in that little part on the right. I didn't know that when I was playing someone else, so don't worry. Yeah, I didn't either when I first did it. Not my jam, but I'll keep it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty sure I've like announced every card in my deck like over and over again. I don't think my deck is a secret to anyone, but calling it kind of sucks. I think keeps people from trying to steal it. Yeah, skeletons and vampires. Mhm. Yeah, there are some lands that have dual colors. You can play up to four of them, unlike the standard lands that you can play an unlimited amount of. Yeah, so there might be things like Orzhov Guildgate and stuff like that that are they come. A lot of them will come in tapped, and then you can tap them for either color. So that's nice. There are some that they come in tapped, but you get a life, or you scry one, or like something you have like an ability. Um, and yeah, because like right, I mean, I'm sure you have answers for a lot of things in blue, but you don't have any creatures to put out in white right now, um, which can be. Yeah, good job. Don't play. Don't play. All right, I have answers for everything. Yeah, it's, but that's why like you have to be able to like have like that's why some like maybe something like a wall like there's some blue walls that would be good. I played it in that blue black deck I played, um, but it's a flying wall that doesn't take any damage. It can't do damage, but it doesn't take any damage, so it literally just sits there and just protects you from everything, and it's flying. Um, yeah, see that's I mean yeah, it's like there's a lot of like well, you could do this, but you can't. So mhm. Yeah, so like this is where like a mana ramp issue is coming to mind, and it's also yeah. I mean I would say good game at this point. Yeah, even then, I mean I guess if you had, I mean, you're saying you have spells. But yeah, creatures are pretty integral to most. Yeah, that second one you stole, I definitely could have put a creature in. Well, does it take it to your hand or does it put it in the battlefield? Good game. I mean, you get to play a couple games to kind of feel how decks play against each other. But even then, I mean, you want to play again? I'm good. I'm good. Hmm. Yeah. Well, they're not paying attention to your name either. They're like, your favorite card. Hmm. Sorry, I didn't realize it was like sitting there and it was my turn. I was just like, okay. I was like waiting for you to make a decision, and I was like, this is nothing happening. Yeah, because it's going through like every single phase of like the battle because there's an option to like play stuff in so many different phases. Yeah, I like that it makes things glow because like I'm when I'm playing Magic in person, like I'll miss so many mechanics because I just am not paying attention or like forgot what a card does. So like this is really helpful. Oh shit! It's on my turn. Sorry. This is why I need the timer because I'm just like sitting there like yeah, it's a very psychological game, and that's why I like the physical game too because it's like when you're in front of someone, you're also playing. You have your face going, and you're you know kind of playing that game as well. So It's not a secret if you say you can play that game. Do play that game. Well, I could do something to uh, it if I wanted to and had a card. Well, like you were like, I guess you could do something to it. It's like, well, yeah, I could if I like if I could do something, I had that would be what I'm saying. What I could do is like I would have the opportunity in the steps of play. Hi everyone in the chat. I'm playing against Chris. Gift a card. Target reveals. Yeah, yeah. Anytime you screw up anything, you can't undo it. You're like, damn it. That happens to me a lot. What I don't understand is why you didn't pay for it to have the plus two or the minus one until end of turn again. You paid it the time before, but you didn't pay it again. So like that's because you paid to look at my hand and then yeah. So like yeah, yeah. So like it didn't work. Like there are some things where I'm like I notice that the counts will be wrong or like and I'm like, oh that sucks. But okay. I'm too impatient to be good at strategy. just, just like head up in the clouds, like do 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 do. It's my card. I don't think that's my card. I think you stole something. Yeah. Oh, I'm looking at a different card. I was looking at your that. I was looking at the enchantment, the artifact you put down, because I was like, that's not mine. I still don't think this card should be 3-3 right now unless you paid for that counter to be removed. Oh wait. Oh, the you remove the counter, but it's not indestructible. Okay, okay, that makes sense. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, yeah, yeah. So what happened is if it would die, it comes back into the battlefield under your control. Yeah, it's tough on like a touchscreen. When I was playing on my phone, I was playing all kinds of shit. It was wrong. I'm very confused about what this does. Reveal the top card of your library. Put that card into your hand if it's a land. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Then put the card back or put it into your graveyard. But I'm like, what creature? Like, what creature am I putting this on? Because like these, I think, came from your actions, if I'm not mistaken. So like, what creature? I'll throw it out there. But it has other abilities that I don't know who it would be for. Oh, I get to target creature. You get to choose. Wait, it's indestructible? Ah, shit. I didn't realize they could. I didn't realize they could give indestructible. Whatever. That's end the game probably. Yeah, I like heard it on a delay. Good game. Mm. Yeah, because only one was flying. One had reach. Reach is they don't have flying, but they can grab sliders. Oh, the tree didn't have reach. The spider had reach, or something. Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, they also have wings in the bottom left hand corner. Common abilities. You will see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is end game. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, I didn't realize it was on my in my court. I was like, yeah, do it. I was like, I don't have any cards to answer that with, so I don't know what you're. Yeah, that's 9 in the air right there that I can't block. It's not letting me do anything unless be your turn. Oh, you're good. I mean, I got some. We do. I mean, we. I mean, I got some for the last match. So, hmm yeah. I mean, you're playing against someone like because like just because your friends like on uh, the just because your friends in arena doesn't mean anything. Like, doesn't mean that you're not trying. Well, I mean, someone has to play it. I mean, they could, but like that's more time than just like actually being good and practicing with other people. I just got 500 coins from that. Did you not get any? Maybe it's because you didn't set up the match. I guess you want to set up the next one. Yeah, yeah. I'll do one more game. Yeah, it's weird that you can initiate it and you automatically get points. I guess. Mulligan as many times as you need. I know. I know. I'm giving you shit. That's why I mean, in person, unless you're in a tournament, and even I can't remember the tournament rules. It might have to be like technically a full mulligan, but like usually with most people, you can do like a friendly mulligan where like you just redraw seven. You don't have to go down. It's like sometimes you just get a shitty hand, and that's like just like good good practice to have because like everybody has those moments. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, I mean, Arena's been around for a while, and I think that it plays pretty cleanly. If you look at other trading card games, I mean, I remember playing like what was it called, Hearthstone, and I just there were so many mechanics that I felt like, I mean, Hearthstone was really watered down compared to Magic because Magic's so technical in like its phases, and because like Hearthstone was a a um, a adaptation of the World of Warcraft trading card game, but it didn't have the same vibe for sure. Um, so I think that um, this is definitely improved. I mean, I love that it shows the different phases throughout your turn and throughout someone else's turn, how you can respond to it. I like that if it knows you can't respond, it moves through, although it does tell the other person you can't respond, so it's a little shitty. Um, but I don't think you know. I wish you could just like pass automatically or like pass manually so that it would know. Um, yeah, I mean, I the thing is like there are so many mechanics that can go on in each individual magic card, and there are so many magic cards that I think. I mean, if you made it so intricate that it did that for every single card, I think it would be. Um, I think it would make the game a lot less fun. Personally, I like the way it's set up. Yeah, but like, well, also, so you might have a card that's like, if a card has more than five power, then you can do something to it. You know, so like, so sometimes you do buff other people's cards for that reason. It's not as common. Yeah, I don't use AI. It's a lot of reasons. Oh, you're fine. Yep. That's what real friends do. Gone but not forgotten. You can in the settings change for bigger text. I don't. Well, I changed it, and it told me that it would make my text bigger, but I'm not convinced it's actually any bigger. So, well, I because like you were saying that like you couldn't see my cards, so I was like, okay, well, the text is big when it shows you mine, or like the card. I've heard that before. No, hmm. Yeah, no. When I was playing on my phone, I was like, "What the shit is this saying?" I don't even know. So I just like looked for keywords, and I was like, "I'm just hoping for the best." Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, okay, if you insist, I will bring the pain. I'll bring it slowly. I mean, this is definitely a, a, a pinging deck. It's not like a big swinger unless I get some big guys out. That's what she said. Hmm. Wait, so okay, so did you did you do the Cura one? Well, I mean, I can see it, but there's because there's two abilities. Oh yeah, I didn't see the scroll. That's where the text got bigger. But it's not scrolling for me. It shows that I can scroll, but it doesn't let me scroll, which is rude. Mhm. Yeah, see, that's one of the cards that I feel like is a little incongruent with the rest of your deck. I mean, it's not that it's bad by any means, obviously. Um, Stone sausage. So he has summoning sickness. You can't because he doesn't come in tapped. Because summoning sickness, they can't attack unless they have an ability called haste, which means that they can attack right off the bat. Um, but that's why he's kind of like radiating that black. But he can block his first. Mhm. What was that? What was that again? I can't kill you this turn, but I can get close. Mhm. Yeah, the thing is, if you can't get creatures out against my deck, it's yeah, and that's what that graph at the top can do for you. Um, yeah, well, you just have to have enough to build up to that because like you can have those big bombs on there, but like you need to like be able to build up to that because otherwise you're not going to get to that turn. I I think I think that obviously like you should do whatever you want. My unsolicited advice is not that you should combine decks, but you should refine decks because I think you've got great meat and potatoes, but like it's just not like what I played. We played each other 3 times. I played 3 different, very different decks, and like that's not how you want your deck to perform. What'd you say? No, I'm saying I played against 3 different decks, like how they played. You know, like the second time you had a lot of creatures flying, hard for me to block and keep my creatures, up. The first you were mana swamped and you had a lot of spells, and then here you had more of a balance of spells and creatures. You just couldn't get enough creatures out, but it was nothing like the first 2 times we played. So it's like if you can have the most expensive, great, good cards in the world, but if you don't have a deck that's playing relatively consistently, it's gonna be all over the place from game to game, and like that's not what most people want in their Magic decks. But you have great cards, so nothing's stopping you from making a more consistent deck that you can like for me, for example, like with my Orzhov deck that I have this card which is really nasty. It's an artifact called Chalice of Life, and so every time so it's on the field and you tap it to gain 1 life. It's just like simple, 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 right? Nobody thinks anything of it. And then once you get to either 5 or 10 above your starting life, you flip it and it's called Chalice of Death. And then it hits the other player for 5 points, 5 or 10 points. I can't why I can't remember, I don't know. Every turn. And they can't block it. It's not a creature attack. So it's like that doesn't pop off every time, but it pops off enough that it's fun to have it in the deck. So it's like you can still have fun with like the kind of random nature of Magic without having it's not going to be an identical run every time, like some of the pro decks. So I think that you can get. What'd you say? It's old. I was playing like 12 years ago with Chalice of Life. So So no, it's not. I don't. I've never really played standard. Mhm. Yeah, So I have on YouTube. I pulled up the Chalice of Life. So it was in Dark Ascension, which is in Innistrad Remastered. So yeah, it's tap to gain one life. Then if you have at least 10 life more than your starting life total, transform Chalice of Life, and then the back is tap is Chalice of Death, and tapped target player loses 5 life. So it's a gnarly mechanic. It's super fun. I play 2 in the deck, so if I can get both out, I'm super happy because like literally nobody can do anything other than something to exile an artifact. So yeah, and so so you don't need to play in standard. And if you try to if you go to in arena, if you go to like the codex, and you are like, I'm gonna do just a challenge with like a rando out there, um, like if you look, not codex, codex. It's not a bunch of tampons, but like if you go and you look at so they gave you 5 monocolor starter decks, and then they you can get the dual color starter decks from the starter deck duels when you win them. If you look, a lot of them, actually all of them, have invalid cards for standard, and you just got those cards. So unless, like, my opinion has always been, unless you're playing pro, like you're doing like PTQs, which is pro tour qualifiers and stuff like that, unless you're playing Magic at a level where like it's important to have standard and you want to play standard. I think trying to keep up with the times of the modern, of like, I keep modern is not the word I want to use, but like with the most current set, like if you if you're not playing that type of game, then it's a money pit, in my opinion. If you're not also doing card trading on the side, you know, like, because you can get your money back if you're good at kind of predicting how card costs will change. Again, I don't really know what it's like in this era of having non-tangible, non-physical cards, because I like, okay, like your card was $3 and now it's 50 cents. Um, like, what does that mean? Yeah. So I'm not gonna put money in like a non physical game. I'm not. I just, unless I really really see benefit to it, and it'll be just like a couple cards. It's like I've seen people lose their lunch with Magic cards. Not as much as other things where you're buying it. I mean, some people are collectors, and that's cool. Like, that's fine. Um, I'd rather have physical cards if I'm gonna spend money. But yeah, so like I said, so if if it's competitive again, if it's played in modern or in commander, um, the old one, and let's say, because like I mentioned a set called Innistrad. Innistrad came out, and then years later, Innistrad Remastered came out. So you have these new cards that came out with the same name, same card type, same abilities as their previous cards. So they're not gonna like revamp that specific card. They'll change the card art. and they'll change the label of like what set it's from. But the older card will be worth more because it's a more of a collector's item. There were fewer in production, fewer that are in good condition. Because when you sell a physical card, they're not just looking at it being a card. They're looking at, is it in good condition or is it in poor condition, and all of these things. So the older card will always be worth more if they reprint it, but they'll reprint it with new art. Yeah, yeah. I mean, those types of things are happening. Yeah, and then you also have this kind of over, and I've been talking to my friend about it quite a bit, and so I don't know like all the details because like I was trying to get back into the physical game about a year ago, and all these sets were out, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, how am I gonna like keep track of all these sets and stuff? And they were doing all of these collaborations that had like an Avatar, and like Lord of the Rings, Spider Man, which I heard Spider Man one bombed, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like all these different collabs in addition to like the other sets that they have going on. And then also they like this year they had a scheduling issue where they released two sets at the exact same time, which is wild. And they're releasing more Magic cards now than they ever have before, as far as I know. So because there's a high demand for it, because people are starting to get into tabletop gaming and trading card games and stuff, which I love. I love people getting into Magic. Makes me super happy. Um, but like, there's so many fucking cards, and so I think that um, there's so many different ways you can get into Magic. I think the most inexpensive is obviously Arena, but again, with the buying of the packs in Arena, like to me, that's never going to make sense for my play style and my like spending style because I'm just not going to spend money on something I don't tangibly have. Like if my account gets deleted and all my cards are gone, I'm going to be like, well, that sucks, you know? Like so that is something called a proxy. So people make proxies all the time, and there's like more like professional looking proxies and stuff like that. But you can proxy a card by like printing it out. Like I've literally just written like this, like the card's name and its abilities on like a basic land and put it in a card sleeve. As long as you're playing, you can't do that at like a PTQ or something. But like if you are like playing with friends and stuff like that, you're just like, hey, this is a card that does this thing. like, like I don't want to pay for it. So there's that, and then there's also this thing. There's a format called Pauper, where you only play with common and uncommon cards. So you don't play with any uh, like rare or like mythic rare like cards. So it keeps cards, like 10 to 50 cents in your deck. So that's called Pauper, Pauper. Paupe. Yep. Okay. I was like, I just started spelling and I didn't. I just lost interest at the end, so I wanted to make sure. But Pauper, some poor people. So that's the format, and I don't see many people playing that anymore, which is really sad because what a fun, uh, because like you don't deal with pre-constructed decks there. Um, so yeah, so there are ways to physically play it for cheap. You can print cards out or like use basic lands and write them on there if you really want to. Like it doesn't need to be fancy, but it is cool to have like the card art and the cards there to play. Um, some, sometimes they do it based on the set, like the vibe of the set. Like if you look at some of the sets that I really love, like the Avacyn Restored and Innistrad, they're very dark and gothic and um, like just really beautiful. And but also, so like as far as I know, the artist is because each card is done by an individual artist, and so like the artist is just told like kind of about the card, and so they can kind of take their interpretation with it. Um, so if they hire a bunch of cartoonists to do it, then like that makes sense. If you look at the front of the Lorwyn packs, they're very cartoony. So it kind of makes some sense, but you're still going to see a wide range of art styles in it. But some sets tend to be more of a specific style. Hmm. Makes sense. Makes sense. But I'm gonna roll off of YouTube and out of Discord for a little bit. But thanks for hanging out and it was fun playing. Cool. Well, I will talk to you later. Bye. Okay, so I was talking with Chris in Discord, so you guys couldn't hear it. Um, and I don't know how interesting it was to hear just like half the conversation. Um, but but it's always fun to play Magic. It's fun to play Magic with people who are newer to the game and have kind of these we all kind of go into Magic when we're playing with these kind of specific things that we focus on, and there's so much in Magic that you can focus on. So it's fun to see how each player kind of comes into Magic wanting to focus on certain aspects. Because like I know a lot of people who like really want to play pre-constructed decks, and like that's kind of where they stick, and that's where they feel comfortable because they're like, let the experts do it, and I'll play from there. And then some people are like me, and they really don't like pre-constructed decks, and all of those different things. So it's always fun to do that, and 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 see that. I hope I gave like some halfway decent input about Magic. I feel like my experience with Magic, I try to share that, but also try to share like the points of views of people around me who play. Um, because like, there's no like right or wrong way to play Magic and be a Magic player. I think like you can be a better Magic player than me. Like who isn't really at this point? But like whether you play on Arena, whether you play physically, I guess physically or like in person. I guess that's a better way to say it. Physically makes it sound like you're like casting spells or some weird shit. Um, but but yeah, just from like experience of like playing Magic for so long, even though I have taken like a longer break, um, knowing the things that I really had fun, um, have had fun with playing Magic. So if anyone ever wants to play Magic with me, I will put my Arena gamer tag. And if you want to join me on Arena, so it's in there in the chat. If you want to join me on Arena, you do need to have those numbers at the end. You can't just have the gamer tag, the text numbers at the beginning. You need to have that hash and then the rest of the numbers to add people. So if you want to add me, I don't care if you're very, very beginner or you are a total pro and you just want someone to basically beat up on in Magic. I don't care. I like playing Magic, whether I'm winning or losing, clearly, because most of the time I'm losing. And that's fine. That's cool. So yeah, if you want to play, just let me know. It is free to play. You can pay for additional cards and stuff like that, but I don't feel the need to. Again, like you probably heard me say, I'm never going to pay for something I don't physically have. And if my account gets wiped tomorrow, I'm okay. So that's me. But if you want to pay, you can. There's the option to pay for packs, pay for cards, things like that. And I think that, let's see, I lost my train of thought. I think I lost my train of thought. I'm pretty sure I did. But yeah, if you are trying to get into Magic and you want some advice, I would love to impart some advice on you as someone who has played Magic for a while. Even if I'm not that good, I'm actually, I would say, pretty decent at building decks and putting those together. I'm just not a good player. Like, totally different skill set apparently. And that's just okay with me, because I still have fun playing Magic, and that's the point. Um, and if you're trying to, but you can play Arena on your phone. It does take up a bunch of storage, so just keep that in mind. Um, but I still have it on my phone for when I'm like on the bus or something like that. I'll be like playing a Magic game, and that's super fun. But I have it on my laptop, which I've been playing today because you can see everything so much better. Chris plays on his iPad. Um, Anything with a touch screen is going to make it a little bit harder because if you're trying to read the card text, it can sometimes think that you're selecting the card rather than just reading the text. So it can be a little bit difficult if you don't have all the cards memorized. And yeah, so I definitely recommend playing it if you have any interest in learning how to play Magic. I think it's a great way to learn how to play Magic. Great tutorials, very clear highlights cards when you can use them, stuff like that, um, and helps you kind of highlights abilities and stuff on cards that are easy to miss. Otherwise, and even still, I miss them because I am very unobservant. But is anyone else on Arena? Like, if you're on Arena, give me your gamer tag and I'll put you down. And anytime we're both on, we can play. Like I said, I don't care that I lose a lot. Also, if I give any advice to someone and you're like, that's terrible advice, like, please fucking share it. Like, that's cool. Like, I'm totally cool with that. Because, we all have differences in opinions, and I'm sure someone is much better off giving advice on some things than I am. So that's cool. But I've been having fun just playing Magic on here with you all, and whether I'm playing someone or I'm playing a bot or like whatever, it's just a fun game, and it's really fun to be back into it because I've missed it, and I'm not really sure I love the Lauren set. Um, uh, Thus far with my experience with it, I don't really, I don't know. It's all right. It's all right, I think. But I know that like I had never played with like Lauren before, so I don't, maybe I'm just kind of missing that. I mean, I tend to have like a very specific style. I mean, like I've mentioned Innistrad and like Allison Restored and like um the guilds that they did and stuff like that. All of those sets like really spoke to my play style really well. So and the cards that came out of them. So I think that's probably why I ended up liking them. You ever realize you're really fucking boring? Sometimes when I'm like talking to myself like this on here, I'm like, God, I am so fucking boring. But whatever. If you play, let me know your favorite set or what set you started playing with. If you're on Arena and you want a friend on Arena, just share your gamer tag in the chat and I will add you, or you can add me, or whatever. And yeah, so I'll be playing Magic here and there. As for other videos and stuff coming up, I or other lives coming up. I know that tomorrow it's the last preliminary game for the women's hockey in the Olympics, and it's Canada and Switzerland, Sweden, Finland. They're just gonna like going around, just name all of the countries. But that's happening at like 4 a.m. or like 3:30 a.m. here, so I'm not gonna watch that. Especially like I had, and I'm not saying that like the game against US and Canada, once they do like once we get into like the semifinals and stuff like that, won't be closer, but like the freaking shutout that Canada and US that the US had over Canada was just so gnarly that I was like, okay, this is the US has just been dominating. And then I believe I think men's hockey prelims start on the 13th, but I don't think the US plays till the 16th, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. And so then we'll have some men's hockey to watch, which that'll be fun. And yeah, we'll watch that. And we also have book club. So book club is going to be on the 17th. So next Tuesday, we are reading the first 3 chapters of a book called Fool by Christopher Moore. I did a video on that yesterday. If you want to learn a little bit more about the book and you want to join us, that'd be cool. But no pressure, whatever. It's our first time doing it. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. I've never been in a book club in my life, but I am ADHD as fuck, and I'm always like, let me do something more, like, need to do more, apparently. So we're gonna see how this works. It might be dumb and it might be a huge failure, but it might be cool and not a huge failure. So we'll see. But those are all the things coming up quite a bit, but also, whatever. But yeah, that was it. I'm done talking. I'm gonna go not talk for a couple days. I'll talk to you later.